How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jiggly. I'm Will. Gotta fix my glasses. Today, we're getting it painted. We are still working on our Marvel United minis from last night. So now we have the X-Men and I guess, honorary X-Men tonight because we had a honorary non-X-Men yesterday with Lockheed. But I do got to figure out what to do with Nova. So if you watched last night's stream while we're here, or maybe watching this later or whatever, I did not like the way he came out. So I used a color. The color I used was actually this, Stormy Blue, which if you look here, it's blue. You can tell it's blue. But somehow this had some kind of adverse reaction with the yellow primer. And so it came out pretty much black. When I put a second coat, it looked more the blue color, but even now it's looking black again. So I don't know if I need to go substantially lighter and then put the dark color back on it again. But we're going to try, because this is the dark color I want to use for parts of Wolverine and Kitty Pryde anyways. So I'm going to need this color anyways. So we're going to go ahead and try with this first. Let's see what we got. I'm also still having demonic yellow problems. I don't know why. It's just all grainy and almost like it's drying out. So I basically filled up the entire bottle with speed paint medium, shook it up on the vortex mixer again. If that doesn't work, I guess we'll hope that this moon yellow is a comparable substitute color. I mean, I don't know how much of the yellow I'm actually keeping on each one of them, like the true yellow. So may not be that big of a deal, but we will see, I guess. Yep. All right. So let's see what happens when I put a little bit of this on him. Because I know this kind of went on thin is my only problem. Is I remember this went on a little bit thin with Spider-Man 2099. And that's my fear here, is it'll be thin. It's looking blue. We'll go with it. We'll cover them up with this. And the other thing I noticed, and I was kind of upset about it, I didn't like last night with the blue I chose, that Stormy Blue, is it actually was glossy, which it's very weird to paint with glossy paint. I see why so many people want more of a semi or a flat, at least when it dries, because I couldn't tell what was wet and what was dry. We're definitely going to be doing some touch. I want to get him blue. I just want to get him done and get him blue. So I'm not being as careful as I probably should be. And I've already covered up all of his yellow. So I did see somebody, I was debating, did I want to do gold? So I did see somebody, they did gold, but they did like a lighter gold, if that makes sense. So I might do the same thing. I might take gold, maybe 50-50 gold and silver, and see if I can get more of that like subtle color that they used. But I don't know. We'll have to see how it works out. And then also a lot of the pictures I found had the same issues with the shoulder pads I did. I saw some that actually did the shoulder pads. And I saw other ones that didn't. They did the same thing I did. They colored the shoulder pads and just made it part of his sleeve. Like they just, it's a really weird art to mini translation. They've all take their liberties just a little bit, but with him I feel like they did a little bit more than they should have. So it just makes a lot of weird spots that you gotta paint. We'll just paint over everything. Well, just paint over it all. Because yeah, we gotta do his gloves. Actually, it's not even his whole glove. This was one of the things I was mentioning when I was painting last night. I was having trouble with was his gauntlets are over his fingers. So like his bottom of his glove and then his fist is the blue. But then the rest of it is the yellow gold color. There you go. That's a much better. It's still dark, and I want him to be dark because again, he's supposed to have a black helmet. His uniform is supposed to be black, not the blue they have in the art. So this is much closer to what I want. All right. So there. Let's get him. Let's get that drying because I'm probably going to need a second coat on that. And then this is the color I want for Wolverine's mask and shoulder pads. So you could do this two different ways. You could do blue or you could do black. I think I went and looked. The first time we painted him, we did it black. That's because we didn't have this dark blue I got here. I could use, I mean, this other blue would be perfect for it almost too. Except for, like I said, it does a weird reaction with the yellow. And I'm hoping, worst case this does is make it green, which is what I would have expected it to do to that. But it didn't, it made it blue. Oops, I shouldn't have used this. I need to be a little bit more careful because I need to keep I need to keep the yellow. Just touching up the yellow is going to be near impossible. Yeah, see, this is slightly light, so it's kind of coming off a little bit green, which is, I'm fine with that because, you know, you add another coat, it goes away. So that's how I imagine. I'm going to have to do a couple coats. Yeah, dang it. Did exactly what I didn't want to do. And yeah, it's mainly because of the... Just because that demonic yellow's giving me trouble, I won't have a perfect color match. Means then I got to most likely paint... Yeah, I don't think that's going to come off. Dang it. That's what I was afraid of. I shouldn't be using this big brush. Should not be using the big brush. Although, I guess I could use the big brush to try to stir up this demonic yellow. It's chunky. Like, it's... Even after, like, the stuff that was on last night that I had already kind of mixed, right, and broke down, even it was kind of got chunky again. And I know that's common with yellow. Yellow is a very grainy, thick paint. It's why it doesn't cover so well. It either covers, or it either doesn't cover enough, or it covers and gets very chalky, very chunky. All right. Go to the smaller brush wheel. Stop touching the paint that's wet, Will. Yeah, see, like right here. I don't think there's any way to get that without tapping the yellow just barely. All right, and then the top stripes, these stripes are also dark. You like big brushes and you cannot lie. Yeah, David. Hey, David, how you doing? You having a good evening, I hope. Hope the weekend so far has been treating you well. David, I don't remember. Are you further up north? Getting all the wonderfulness that everybody else is getting? And I say way up north, but like, I know even people in like North Carolina right now are getting a decent amount of snow. Which again isn't, it's uncommon, but it's not like impossible. We actually have a freeze warning in effect right now down in Florida, which is highly uncommon. Very uncommon. It's like I moved down here to get away from that. I don't know if we would get rain and snow though. That I'm not sure about tonight. We had rain today. I want to think Audrey must have painted him last time. We had snow last weekend, had ice trap in my car. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I knew it was bad last weekend. And we actually were good. We were actually good last weekend. We had gotten back up into normal 70s, 80s, right? It felt like, oh, summer's coming. And then now it's getting cold again. Getting cold again. And I tell Audrey about the snow, and she's like, oh, she wants the snow. She says, quiero. I'm like, no, you don't have to shovel it. You don't have to drive in it. It's gonna be fun. I'm trying to get these little stripes. And then I'm also gonna, you know, I don't want it to go down in the inside and hit the yellow, but I feel like it's done that a couple times, and I've still got to try to figure out how to get the yellow down in there without messing up the stripes again. One of those endless battles. Can walk on top of snow many places because the ice layer is still there. Wow, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I remember even in West Virginia we had that happen once or twice, right? Where the snow kept falling and got thick enough and froze. And I remember walking Bella and the snow was frozen, so she's like walking up on top of the snow. All right, what color is his boots? I don't remember what color his boots were. Question is, did my phone stay at the Instagram picture this time? Probably not. That was my problem last time. It didn't stay at the Instagram picture. Oh, yeah, it did. All right. We did his boots black as well, so I'll do his boots. Even his pants. Honestly, the only thing that's blue are his shoulder pads and gloves. It's very weird. I've hit that claw like 3 times. I had snow cover the car a few times in a few decades. Yeah, I think the worst we got in West Virginia was over the course of a snowing session, I guess, to where, you know, you were not leaving your house at that time. I think the most I've ever had to deal with is like 36 inches. So to a small degree, you know, the car is covered because it's got 36 inches of snow on it as well as any snow drift that's built up and around it. But I've never been like completely covered, because what would that be? Cars are 4 feet, 5 feet off the ground, 4 feet. Still don't know how I'm going to do this, the dirt, this little blast thing, because again, it just seems so out of place for it to be like a dust cloud. So last time we did it like an explosion. The art has it like a dust cloud. I call snow, and 2 or 3 days later we got some on top of the snow because that hadn't gotten cleared yet. So yeah, back-to-back storms. That probably was that same year then. That was, and we've been down here 3 years now. Was Audrey up here when that happened? So Audrey was up here. That'd have been like 20. Well, she did come visit me 1 year before she came up permanently. So I don't know if it was that winter or it was the winter after she had moved here. So I offered Audrey to come paint this weekend, but she's still kind of under the weather from whatever that stomach thing she got was. Whatever it was must not have been either severely contagious or I'm just didn't get the effects as bad. I'm not sure. And again, my stomach never likes me anyway, so even if I got a stomach bug, I'd probably never even realize it. I'd be like, okay. Yeah, gonna need a lot of touch-up. I have messed up. A lot of touch-up. Now with her, I don't know if I want to keep it that yellow, that bright of a yellow. Same as like all of them are more of a soft yellow. They're really not this demonic yellow. So now I'm half debating, do I want to keep them this bright of a yellow? Technically, I only have half as much to paint on her because she's kind of not here. Mentioned this yesterday, but that's the problem with me bouncing back and forth on different minis. It makes it hard for timestamps. And since I'm not, I tried. I took one of my first videos and tried to chop it up to make like a little painting tutorial, and it's like it's not something I want to do. It's just it takes so much effort and so much time, and unless I was a channel that got the kind of views that would warrant that. Yeah. All right, how am I going to get there? I guess it doesn't matter if technically it doesn't matter if I hit the wall because I'm going to paint the wall anyways. Why does it sound like Sabertooth and Kitty Pryde would be in the Thundercats? Yes, they probably could be. So I see they're making a He-Man movie. Does not look very good. I mean, it looks, honestly, it looks like they're remaking the He-Man movie from the 80s, right? Where it was a guy in the real world and then he goes. I feel like they're just rehashing that. I feel like there's probably so many different ways they could have gone with a He-Man movie. And they're really not going that way. I don't know if she has a turtleneck on or if that's her actual neck. I think that's her actual neck. Yep. We're going to go with that being her actual. That is not the right. Do not grab that other blue, Will. That blue is not your friend. But yeah, I'd like to see something done well with Thundercats. I didn't mind the first reboot they made of Thundercats, but the second reboot I didn't watch, the Thundercats Go or whatever it was they were making. They were trying. I think they were trying to do a spin-off of, like, you know, like Teen Titans Go, trying to make some kind of kooky, funny thing. And it's one of those things where the fans never asked for it, so why are you making it type of deal. Then, of course, it failed because they made something that the fans didn't ask for. Another thing, what would be cool is, so Simon, right, made that He-Man game, and it was the power system. I think everybody's hope was that they were going to expand that power system into other IPs, and Thundercats, of course, being one, because they had done something with Thundercats in the past. But of course, now with Simon in its current state, right, we're going to be lucky if we see any of our games, right? So I've got, what do I have backed still? I got Dead Keep, which is their own thing with an artist. It's basically a zombicide slash Massive Darkness kind of. Like, they kind of took the best of Massive Darkness that they liked and the best of Zombicide that they liked and made a new system out of it. And then they, what else I got? I got DC United, of course, still out there. I got the Massive Darkness, the last expansion they came out with. And then, you know, Glutton for Punishment, and there was already kind of writing on the wall. I also did that adventure board game, the reprint they were doing of an adventure board game. They took all the expansions and combined them. I think came out with a new expansion. Yeah, so I have plenty of C-Non products outstanding. But again, I think it would be cool if they could have expanded on that system. Could have gotten us some Thundercats, could have gotten us some Silverhawks. All those fun toys that you had as a kid and you probably mashed up and did battles anyways. Hi and How. Hello, how you doing, Hi and How? Live action. You'd have to start with a bodybuilder for He-Man. No, and he's not even a bodybuilder. Like, he's not. It's just, So it's funny that I watched the trailer because it popped up. I was like, all right, I'll watch this. In the trailer, they show him, and he's just a normal kind of geeky guy who likes geeky things. And then they show the scene where he says, I have the power, right? And that part, you kind of get goosebumps because you're like, yeah, okay. But like, the movie just seems stupid. At least from the trailer. It's probably just a very bad done trailer. The hope would be in the real world, he's only in the real world for like 10 minutes. And then the next hour and 20 minutes, he's in. Can't remember what the name of his kingdom is off the top of my head right now. Eternia. Jeez, the game is called Clash for Eternia. Jeez, Will. Right? But yeah, so they showed, and when he did that, like, it was probably CGI and it was kind of back a little bit, and yeah, he looks like all Rippling and He-Man. But then right after that, they show like a battle scene where he's swinging the axe, and he just looks like some dude who's a little bulky, but he's not like ripped. He's not built at all, right? He kind of, almost to a small degree, just looks like a pudgy guy, like a guy that's got a little weight on him. So, just trying to find some miniature painting live streams. Well, you may or may not learn anything from me, and I may or may not do things right, but I'm currently painting minis right now. And if people want to chat while they're painting minis and listen to me ramble, welcome. You've got mail. All right, so we'll have to do another code on her too. All right, let's go back to Nova. Let's go back to our problem child. So Nova has been giving me trouble since yesterday. I hope I have solved my problem child. Hope I have solved it. He looks blue now, right? At least looks blue. I don't remember what this one is. I think this is Mermaid Tears. There's a pink one. It's like unicorn. I call it unicorn blood. I came from War Games, so I paint Warhammer. Yeah, I never, like, I know about, that's most of the channels I watch, actually, or wargaming miniature painters, oddly enough. But I've not gotten into Warhammer and all that stuff because of the price. So what honestly got me into Marvel United and more board games is I was binging mini painting watching, right? People doing their mini painting videos and terrain videos and stuff like that. And I came across, I think, Serestro painting Marvel Crisis Protocol, because I think it was coming out right around that time. And I was like, that's cool. I would like to play that. I love Marvel. It'd be fun to play that. I didn't have anybody to play it with, so I was like, okay, well, I'd have to play just me and Audrey at our house. Maybe we could stream it, build some terrain. That would take up most of my rooms. I don't want to do that. And so I came across this game. I came across Marvel United. I'm like, well, there are Marvel minis. I can get some Marvel minis. Sure. And it was kind of the price is what kept me out of Crisis Protocol as well, because, just to get like one or two minis was like $25. Starter set wasn't bad. I think the starter set you get six characters. And back then it was like $60 maybe. But when you get into something like this, CMON minis, you're getting hundreds and hundreds of minis for like $100. Not anymore. Now you're getting hundreds and hundreds of minis for like $500. Yeah, so that's basic. That's why I never got into tabletop gaming. I didn't have a community that I was playing tabletop games with, and then started doing board games and painting the board game minis. I heard about Turnip 28. No, I don't recognize Turnip 28. Well, I say I'm mostly, Warhammer painters, but I think honestly most of the ones I'm watching are kind of just miniature painting teaching channels like Ninjon, Squidmar. Yeah, Squidmar's more Warhammer. Maniac, Goobertown. Watch eBay Miniature Rescuers. He's fun to watch because he's not a professional painter and he's not trying to be. But he makes good content to watch. And I'm not watching him to necessarily learn how to paint. But then again, I don't paint to any of those standards anyways. I paint to a tabletop quality that looks good when I'm playing the game from 5 feet away. I'm half thinking I'm going to end up stripping. I'm going to have to strip this guy, strip Nova down. I don't think I'm going to be able to get this smooth and clean how I want it. I think that first Vallejo coat I did just ruined everything. Just really did. So I should not, I think I'm on, I don't even know what coat I'm on. I think I did like 2 coats of that other one yesterday. And then now I'm on my second coat of this today. That's 4 coats. Don't want to go 4 coats. Not 4 coats of base, and considering again, I don't shadow, I don't highlight. 4 coats is a lot. I do want this to be a little bit smoother on this helmet though. There we go. And if I gotta do another coat, I'm just gonna do a real thin, almost like a glaze consistency if I gotta do one more. Miniac. M-I-N-I-A-C. Miniac. Yeah, you go M-I-N-I-A, yeah, like a Miniac. Like a maniac, but it's Miniac. M-I-N-I-A-C. It's wargaming, but it's more about kit bashing. Okay. The kit bashing I don't watch as much because, I mean, I can't kit bash board game minis. I do like watching train videos. Oh, what's the one I'm watching now? He's building huge things. He's doing Middle Earth, and he built the Warhammer, like the big castle, you know, the major castle in the lore. He just did that. Zorp, something like that. Zorp, Z-O-R-P, Zorp. Yeah, so I watch him. I like watching his big builds. I like watching builds. Again, I'm never gonna do anything like that. It doesn't have a point in my particular games. I've got like mini pieces of terrain that I would use for stuff. All right, so we're sticking with the dark sky blue, do that. And then I gotta figure out what blue I want to use for the lighter blue. Because I don't know if I really want to go that light. I don't think I want to do dark blue. Probably just regular blue. Viking blue's brighter. I don't know why that's there. It's in the wrong order. I have ultramarine blue. I don't know what that's going to come out like though. All right, second coat of Wolverine. 2 coats should do it. Just my problem child needed more than 2 coats. Completely missed that spot. And I'm going to be doing touch-ups for hours. That's what always causes me the most problems. So I was thinking, right? So I was trying to figure out, okay, when would I play the DC United, right? I got to get that painted. If I paint some of the DC United so I can play it, then that puts me behind on the Marvel United. And then yesterday I was talking about, okay, if I do Imperial Assault, right, I would have to paint that at some point. So I'm like, I just keep thinking, like, the more games I have that I need to paint, I would be painting them at the same time, meaning, okay, now I can't paint Marvel United. Marvel United is what I'm playing, you know, during my daytime streams, during my lunch streams. So it's like, I don't know what to do. You know, I'm going to do these stripes. I've got blue all down in the yellow. I was not gentle enough with my stripes here. I have to get my super fine detail brush just so I can shove it down in that hole, I guess. And if I do a light, oh, see, I was going to say, if I do a wash, then it would go down in there on its own. But the only problem is, again, it's yellow. Yellow is just notoriously just bad for doing anything that you want it to do. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking. If I do, I want to do all of the Batman box, right? Even if I did that for like an entire week, I guess that wouldn't be right. If I painted Batman next weekend, then I'd play Batman the week after, then that weekend I would paint whatever I needed for Marvel United the following week. So I guess technically that doesn't mess me up. It's when I have to paint something that I can't play as a lunchtime stream necessarily, because then, you know, if I play as a lunchtime stream, it, you know, it just takes the place of the Marvel United stream. So, okay, 1 for 1. Anything else won't work that way. think I need to do this, but I'm going to anyways. Oh yeah, there I need to, but underneath I don't think I need to mess with. Go there. All right, so there I said, do I want to do one more? Just a light glaze, at least a light glaze, I think, maybe on the, oh, that might be too much. I think at least a light glaze, at least to try to make sure his helmet stays smooth. I don't know why I'm doing that. That should dry pretty quickly. All right. Let's get some other colors on him just so that way we can, and he should be quick after this because I just need the red. Eyes are white. Gauntlets and all that stuff. Like I said, I think I'm going to do a mix of silver and gold. Belt. Where'd you go, Nova? Belt is that silver and gold. So yeah. So red. It is a nice bright red. Pure red. That was too much. Because I don't need this for, I'm not going to use that for Colossus. Colossus, I'm going to go with a little bit darker red. This is probably going to need multiple coats. The only disadvantage of using this dark blue is that now every other color is going to be twice as hard to cover up. Let this dry and we'll come back for a second coat of red. Not bad. Actually, his eyes are glowing, so I'll need to do the same thing that I'm going to do down here to his eyes. Where is my bleached linen? I said this Reaper paint is a blessing and a curse. Because it's thin, so like a lot of times you're like, okay, cool, it's not going to cover up your details, but at the same time it's thin, so then, you know, because it's a light color, the graininess comes through. And you gotta do multiple coats, which sometimes makes more of the graininess come through. Unfortunately, I know what I want to do here, but I do not remember the ratio I used when I did it on Ironheart. It's basically the same thing I did on her. It's just I have to dilute a pastel blue speed paint, the speed paint medium. I don't remember the ratio. Also don't know why I'm using this brush. Should have just grabbed the basing brush. I think as I was going around the feet, I'm thinking, oh, I got to be, you know, more careful. But normally when I do basing, I'm still painting around the feet. So No difference there. No difference there. Ooh, I painted that whole foot white. See? Well, there was no being careful. Right. Trying to correct this one, and I think I overcorrected. And well, I don't need more touching because that's the nature of the game. Touch up your touch up on top of your touch up. Remember when I did Spider-Man 2099, how many coats of red did I have to do to cover up his blue? Because it's basically the same problem I'm having here. Anywhere that there was blue, taking a little bit extra to cover. Yeah, because I got that other paint on this is kind of, it's not as smooth as I really want any of this to be. If I take my glasses off, it probably won't be a problem. Yeah, it's just not smooth. I don't even think watering it down to try to smooth it out is going to help it. All right, let's do our basing brush this time, well, for a second coat. All right, gotta get that. Now I did want a different flesh tone for him. I was fine with the peachy flesh yesterday, but I think I'm not. Flat flesh, I think, is too orange. Cobalt skin is more of a tan. Maybe do cobalt skin because I could do her wall in the cobalt skin. Though I've never used it, so who knows how this will work. There we go. So this is a new color I haven't used before, so of course, being the older army painter paints, you kind of have to shake the mess out of them. Put that there in case I need more. All right. And probably not the paintbrush I should be using to do this with. Same thing here. I got the same problem. That blue is just so strong. It actually has a mouth. Promise. Again, that blue just keeps popping through. trying to figure out where they put the line for his mouth. It's kind of like just like a little smirk in the picture. Just really hard to tell. Looks weird without the... Probably should have done the rose first. Dang it. To give it some edge. Cannot get this the way I want it to be. This mini is being the bane of my existence. No matter what I do, I can't get it to, in any way, shape, or form, look correct. It's like, it's one of those minis where you're just like, should I just strip the whole thing down and paint him another day? Because it looks like crap. Like, I just can't see where his mouth is. Like, it's just like a line. It's a tiny little line. Let's see if I touch up this blue. That helps. Well, I'm under here. Just his chin strap. Better to, like I said, the same problem with his smile. Can't really see his teeth or his smile at all. And just pink rose his mouth. They gotta be dark on his mouth. Really all it is like I said, he's just got a little smirk and a smile. When I put the white by itself, it doesn't stand out enough. You know, in the art they got a little bit of brown to kind of offset that. Well, I've got the X-ray goggles on. Let's see, fix this. Nope. Blood where it wasn't supposed to bleed. There we go. That might work. That might work. Probably not. It's just so, he's just so plain. Like, I get it because I paint flat. That's a curse I have to live with. Where'd my glasses go? Can't see without my glasses. Like Velma. All right, so let's see. I'm guessing maybe a 50-50 gold and silver is what silver. I think I'm gonna go with my lighter gold. So just, I don't think I've got, I want to say brassy gold, but like a subtle. I have tainted gold, but I think this comes out green. I think that comes out green. Yeah, I can see it on top. I mean, it's just definitely not the color. Well, that's the. So we're gonna have to do a mix. All right. So probably 50-50. I'm thinking. I don't need a lot, so probably just 2 drops of each. I don't need a lot, but I got to do his gloves, which take a little bit. His boots, probably take more than one coat. So. And this doesn't come out as drops, I forgot. Metallic paints are thick. All right, let's mix this up, see what we got. All right, let's see how this comes out. Not sure it's got enough gold in it. And it's being a pain in the butt to cover over top of the yellow. And the blue. The blue is really hard to paint over. I sing this blue's praises and then it bites me whenever I need to do something else. Yeah, I think I needed more gold. I have to do a couple coats. I guess we'll just see once we get a second coat on here. Find a video that talks about metallics over top of colors and what is the best color for each metallic color. Maybe gold, you want an orange? Because this yellow is definitely not it. Yeah, I feel like I went slightly too light. Maybe not. It's actually now it's starting to grow on me. Starting to grow on me. I think because it wasn't covering correctly on some of the spots, so it was making it not look as good as I thought it was. Over top the blue, it's looking good. So let's do second coat on the boots and stuff. Yeah, the yellow is what's kind of peeking through. Didn't like that. I don't know if I want to fight that. I fought it anyways. Probably will need a third coat, but I think I'm going to let it dry before that one. Yeah, I think that actually came out closer to what I thought it was going to come out to. Alright, so we will let that dry. Alright, so we need to do the blue. Let's try 2 and 5. Because I want this to be more of a wash than a speed paint. I just have to dot these again to get them to brighten back up a little bit. See how that comes out. right. So until that dries, I really can't mess them because if I tilt them, then it'll run incorrectly. I guess we're on to somebody else for a bit. Let's do Kitty. She should be easier for the most part. Like I said, I don't know if I want to lighten up her. See, she's not really that bright, but I mean, I guess kind of. Let's do the wall. Same problem happened yesterday, right? The glaring yellow kind of makes it hard to visualize anything. Let's do the wall. And just do the dirt while I'm at it. I do two different washes, maybe do a brownish wash on the brick, but then do a black wash on the ground. This wasn't very smart because, you know, bottom to top, now I've already painted things that are above this. Reason Kitty Pryde to me, so I was reading, I'm reading more regular comics, modern comics, and she's older, because, I mean, they all got older. For some reason, Kitty Pryde being older baffles me, compared to others, right? Like Ileana Rasputin, like, she's technically younger than Kitty, but she seems older. And again, the way the artists draw them and all that stuff, but like, Kitty, they've always... Again, she doesn't want to go by Kitty anymore, so that's probably part of it, is her name was kind of youngish, right? So it just kind of kept that youth to her character. Jubilee to a small degree as well, but honestly, it's weird. I think Jubilee more adult than Kitty Pryde when I'm reading the comic. The way they, again, it's probably the way the writers have written her and done things, and probably why they decided to change that. You know, she's been she's leader of X-Men for a while. Before Krakoa, after Krakoa. Right? I'm reading Krakoa right now, that's where I'm at. And she's more of a pirate now. guess Marauder is the proper term. That's the title of comic in their team. Yeah, it's going to need a second coat as well, but I think for now, at least it gets the yellow out of my eyes. That was the biggest problem, was that yellow is just so bright. All right, I'm probably going to need a second coat for her hair. And the little highlights look okay, but the problem is you can tell it's not meant to be like that. So it kind of looks muddy. I'm going to get in these fine spots on this brick wall. Some of it will get covered up by the wash, but not all of it. I need to put some dark in her eyes. The problem is her eyes are brown, so I'd want to use the same brown as her hair. Well, that's straight black. Do not want straight black. Needed the straight black for Namor because what I usually use for black didn't cover properly. and get this yellow to work at all. It is in no way, shape, or form creamy. Just have to probably keep diluting it down. With them, so with MODOK, I had to do the yellow as well, and I used this yellow, even though it was kind of chalky because it was yellow over red, so it kind of didn't need much to get the touch-up to work. This is yellow over blue, so the blue just shines through just that much more. So it's like, whereas with MODOK, all I do is just a couple little, touch-ups where I hit it. These I almost have to do a whole nother coat to get rid of that blue tint. Isn't your belt yellow? Because I don't see a belt. Maybe. Yeah, her neck is kind of weird because it looks like a turtleneck because of the two-piece mold, so it looks really weird connecting to her. I'm half tempted to make it a turtleneck. It's same as Magneto. Magneto had this weird little thing behind his helmet. It didn't make any sense to me. And then after I was done, I've got him painted. I'm like, that just looks weird right there. So I've been half tempted to paint over it. I don't know why I'm touching up her pants right now, because I'm probably going to hit him again with the brick color. Alright, so mixed a little bit of the leather in to make some different shades. So a couple of the bricks stand out a little bit better. Just the one behind her head. Alright, so I don't know, coat number, I don't know how many coats it's going to take for me to get this yellow fixed. I'm going to keep going at it though. It's because I got to do it thin because like I said, it's just chalky. eyes. Eyes. Let me fix this brick real quick. Two on that one. What's it going to use? Eyes. Big old eyes. All right, there's a second coat of this leather and on the hair, and the hair still kind of looks splotchy. All right. Now, Audrey is good enough to get all of the eye layers. Me, not so much. I get this shine in there. That does. I'm good. It's about as good as I'm getting her eyes. All right. I forgot our eyebrows. Can't forget the eyebrows. I can't see them. Yep, that messed up. Just at a weird angle. Definitely gonna have to pin those up. She hadn't plucked her eyebrows in a while. Looking good, Miss Pryde. All right, let's try a little bit more yellow. There's a couple small blue spots still poking through I don't like. Speckle, dab, something. There we go. I got it. All right, blue touch-ups, and then we will put a wash on her. I think she's done. Oh. Okay, there's really no touch-ups on this area, really. Maybe a little bit of yellow left over from the primer, although the wash would probably take care of this well. Did miss a piece of his boot though. Yay, more yellow. Yay, more yellow. Luckily it's like on a bottom piece, so I don't care if it's a little bit thicker. All right, let's get some wash on her. I think I'm calling her done. Keep messing with it, it's going to cause problems. All right, so we will do that there, but I think on the brick, I want to go sepia. Normally I think I do sepia. I think I'll do sepia on the brick. All right. And black on the base. I say black, but it's non-oil, which kind of just darkens. It doesn't really go black as much, I guess, once it's dry. Close you, because number one thing of Citadel paints is knocking them over. Perfect. Get her base ring and we'll be business. We'll finish up Nova. We'll have at least 2 done, and then we got 2.5 to go. This is not the brush I'm going to use for my base ring. I was using this one yesterday, but this really isn't the best one I'm using. this one. Yep. A little bit on this edge. Luckily the wash kind of blends it, but I don't want that thick on that edge. Alright. Well, she's gonna be a pain in the butt to get off though, because I don't know where to grab her. It's her hair. There we go. Alright. Back to Nova. Let's get Nova another coat of the gold. And then do his base. I think his base, all I need is the we'll call him done. Check my blue. See if I want to blue it up a little bit more. I think maybe up here on the top I do. Oops, and that blue's a little bit bright there. So I went over top of his peach. There we go. Right. This one. Let's put one drop of gold in it, so we get a touch of gold. Mix this up, see what happens. All right. Touch up a little bit too. Nope. I did that, and I got to do the belt still. Mess up back here on the side. All right. Gross. I think he looks pretty good. Yeah, so I'm gonna dot up his eyes just to get that white back in the center. Make the blue, or the blue glow kind of pop a little bit more, I think. go to the blue wash. It's kind of dried, so it's a little thicker, so then it just kind of sticks right there a little bit better, I think. Alright. And normal oil on the bottom. Alright. Do his base ring. Let's take a quick break because Bella wants to go out. Let me get this ring. Time for me to take a break too. We got Wolverine, Sabertooth, and Colossus. Alright. My problem child is done. He was just giving me so much trouble last night. Still not where I wanted to be, but he doesn't look half bad. Alright, so we will go to I guess Wolverine once I get back. Alright, I will be right back. Alright, here we go. We are on to Mr. Wolverine. Mr. Wolverine. Problem is, I don't remember what half of this is colored were. Alright, so what did I want to do? Straight blue? We're just going to do straight blue for those other parts. I think that's how I'm going to play this. And then same problem, I got yellow I got to touch up. That was way too much blue, Will. That's not what I want. Probably put this in the worst possible spot on my whip palette too. I'm second guessing my blue. It's too blue. I don't know if I needed to do the dark blue instead. I know, so all paint colors darken, so I know it's going to darken. So it's going to darken as much as I want it to. Maybe. Let's see how much it darkens up. I put way too much of this in my whip palette though. These brushes, these cheap ones, have these little nubbins, right, for where you're supposed to put your hand. I always go down closer to the tip of the brush. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think it just comes from, you know, using a pencil or anything else we're taught to use growing up. You kind of grip it down near the bottom. Bella acts like she has never eaten a day in her life. She's out there just going to town on an empty bowl. I'm not going to feed her again because it's too late at night to eat. Throwing it up because she eats too much. Not my fault anyway. So she sometimes to get Bella to eat, we gotta like get her engine going by like giving her a little food or giving her something to lick or something. And before when I bring her back in, I get a treat. I got a jerky treat for her to eat as a snack. That must have gotten the engine going. Now she wants to eat more. All right. Yellow. So probably should do the yellow touch-ups before I do any more of the blue and everything else touch-ups, because it's going to need like 8 coats. Don't know how I'm going to get between some of his accoutrements. Keep it and bring them close to me because I can't see anything. You can see it just is not covering up how I want it to. Oh, so many touch-ups. I do believe I warned myself when I was doing this in the very beginning. All right, we're gonna have to zoom in on this part because this is in between those tiny little Dang, I might even need to go to a smaller brush. Where's my... There it is. So you have to completely get rid of the stripes I had there to try to get the yellow down in the inside. So I'm going to wipe some of the yellow off of this upper edge. I don't know how we did this first time. I think Audrey did it. She probably used a very fine detail brush. I'm not doing as well. She's barking about. She already went out. Alright, give her some food. That seems to be making her happy. This is just going to be... I don't know how odd that he did it. I really don't. She did a great job on it. So the reason I'm painting these again, if I'm trying to figure out why are you painting them again? Well, it's because we gave away our last ones for charity. So of course that means we don't have them anymore. All right, I have to use my zoom lenses, I think, for a while. Just wait, no, not these ones. Can't have both. Thinking this brush is too big. The bigger problem is, again, that the blue is so dark that the yellow doesn't cover it. Here I am, towing the blue again. We missed there. Jeez. The biggest problem with my detail brush is the tip is already curling on it, so kind of half dealing with the fine tip brush, which I need. I'm also dealing with the curl, so trying to like get just like on a tip, on a point, is not happening. Just so much yellow that's still, there's so much blue that needs to be yellow. And this yellow just does not want to paint. Be a constant back and forth. Yellow, blue, yellow, blue. I'm going to use my, let's say ink technique, but like basically just make very drippy paint. And it kind of bleeds down into the crevices. No, that worked better. That worked better. Water drop. Because I used to not need these, I keep calling them X-ray specs. I used to not need these magnifiers, but I start to fail you. All right, Wolvie, let's get you some more blue. That's what I got to do is belt. Stop with the fine details for now. I mean, if I have these glasses on, I can't see the blemishes, then it's good enough. Because these are still zoomed a little bit. All right. Wolverine's now giving me headaches. Oh, it was just gonna be Nova tonight. Alright, I think we're calling that. There's just no way I'm going to be able to keep everything as smooth as I want it. That's where, like, I say it doesn't take much to be able to mini paint. 'Cause it really doesn't. Like, I just believe, I guess, I do not have that level of skill required to get all the smooth blends I want, fine lines. Like, I mean, I see the regular printer like paint every single tiny little hair and every tiny little thing that's on everything. I'm like, how? Like, how are you able to strategically target all those tiny little things? Right now I'm just trying to get these little hairs on his arm, and like that's hard enough. Alright. Wait for the eyes and the teeth. All right. Last time we did his belt, like red. Not sure if his belt's supposed to be red. Yeah, it's supposed to be red. So on the box cover, you can see it's red. So that's why it's red. Question, do I want it red, or do I want it like off red? I think we'll do Parasite Brown, which is normally what I do for red on like redheads. Of course, the last thing I want to do is get this where somewhere I don't want it. This is the color I like for Sabertooth. Probably. That might not be dark enough. Alright, so let's get his claws. Debating if I want to, because of Kitty's hair, I'm debating if I want to, that turned out darker than I wanted it to. I might do a dry brush. Which unfortunately means then I'm going to be putting color on top of her again, which then will require more touch-up. I think I have to. Santa Claus. Not Santa Claus, but Santa Claus. Need another drop in his eye. Just touched you up. Can't say it's my best paint job. Can't say it's my worst paint job. All right. I was debating about the puff, but let's go with what it's in the art, which is dust. But we'll just use what we had for Kitty. Yeah, see, this is supposed to be an explosion. Because, see, this is wires and stuff. I gotta remember how I did it. Red, orange on the bottom. Into yellow at the top. Yeah, I think we're going with that again. Right, I gotta let all that dry so I can finish this base. Alright, Colossus. You should be pretty simple. I say that. I mean, he's just red, yellow, steel. Lots of red. Lots and lots of red. Lots and lots of steel. So let's do plate mail with a little bit of silver, I think. Oops. I should shake this back up. Alright, see what we got. It wasn't too bad to cover up with this with the silver. Sometimes like earlier, it's more translucent than I feel like it should be, especially not for a a metallic paint, right? Which is usually pretty thick. This isn't doing too bad. Key thing is do one coat and leave it alone. Don't try to go back. Notice I pulled away on that one spot. It actually pulled it off. Always do a second coat. Yeah, it's popping through a little bit, but I don't think that's gonna be a problem. I think second, I'll definitely probably have to do a second coat, but I think that's good. All right, let's get the red. Like I said, he's only in like 4 colors. Oh yeah, I wanted a dry brush Kitty Pryde. Yeah, it just once I put that wash on, it made her the exact same color. It made the brick the exact same color as her, and it was supposed to be a lighter brick. Probably should have just gone with my light tone. All right, the red. I think I had the same problem with this red last time. This is the Citadel paint. Yep. Like, it's a thin paint, which is what confuses me, why it doesn't ever want to come out. Oh, because that piece was not very thin. That was very gloopy. So confusing. I got red fingers. Yay! Alright. This is for his 99% of his armor. I do have to be careful around certain spots because they're next to the yellow and next to his steel. That's weird. So where some of the silver is, it's like not being like hydrophobic a little bit. We'll just concentrate on the big areas. Let's do the small areas with the smaller brush. But you don't have to touch up anyways. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Very weird boots. Alright, let's go to a smaller brush. And then I'm at the point where I'm like, feeling like I might mess this up. Need a pair of tweezers, and I never have a pair. One of the unfortunatenesses of puppy ownership. A little piece of hair in your primer. Of course, it's going to be a tiny little thing right here. There we go. Board Halfling, thanks for the subscription. Well, he's probably not watching. I don't think he's watching me live. He's probably just subscribed, watching another video. Still appreciate it. All right, so looks funny with yellow hair, so let's we probably should take care of that. Yeah, it's probably gonna need 2 coats too. The yellow's really playing havoc when it has a base coat on some colors. Right. And boots were made for a win. That's what Colossus will do. There's rumors that, of course, Juggernaut will be in the Avengers Doomsday, but I don't know if Colossus will be there. Second coat of this. Once we do that, then we gotta go back around and do all the metal again. And then wonderful yellow touch-ups. Probably way too early to be doing this X because I'm probably going to hit it with the yellow. Alright, let's get that coat of, second coat of silver on him. Just gonna always figure out which brush to use. Metallic paints play havoc on your brushes, so basically have to be willing to sacrifice a brush. Always find the random spots where just you completely missed it when you first paint it. It almost seems like it sticks out more once you have the other colors on, I guess. Which I guess, yeah, it makes sense because I could see it because it was yellow. Right? before I couldn't see it because everything was yellow. That's good. Oops. I say something and then I see a spot. Alright, yellow touch-up time. We did a yellow touch-up time and get his Alright, this is not going to go well, but we will try. On the bright side, he doesn't have that much yellow compared to Wolverine. And I'm not touching up over dark blue, I'm touching up over red, which yellow kind of likes red, and silver, which is a light color. There we go. It's very shiny. I like the way that came out. So what it was is plate metal, but then it's a silver. It's an artist grade silver. So this is usually really thin. So I figured that's why if I mix it with a plate metal, it'll kind of get me better. And he's kind of on like a rocky surface. So how do I want to do his? I don't know. How do I do his base? So we can just stick with the khaki. Or the cobalt skin is what it was. That was too much, Will. Well, some of them they do like really fancy bases, and other ones they just kind of like, meh, give them some rubble. We're done. This is probably the one time where using black primer comes in as a advantage, because then you don't gotta worry about the crevices as much. All right. Don't know what color to make that though. All right. So I think umber wash is normally when I do this. One that Kitty Pryde's on. So we'll just dry brush that a little bit and lighten it up, just so there's some separation. Well, maybe not. Maybe umber wash is what I did last time. Dang it. Oh, okay. Well, maybe not. Maybe this is different. Guess the paint hadn't set quite yet. Oh well. Started having the red and the yellow bleed through a little bit. Gives a more varied appearance. Alright. And base ring. Right. Alright, no one down. Right, so, I mean, technically Wolverine's done too. I just gotta do his base. Dang it. Don't think I didn't see your little silver dot there. Don't think I didn't see the... red on the silver and silver on the red. Double touch it. Right, actually, before I forget, because I've said this like 3 times. Where's my cardboard? And up a little bit, lighten it up. Alright, Wolverine, let's get your base done, buddy. So we need gray. Trying to figure out what brush I'm trying to grab. And we'll do this silver. This conduit. That's what I said. Like, the art showed, like, dirt. But that would only work if he was on a base that wasn't, like, inside of some kind of facility or something. I think I came to the same conclusion last time we painted him. Is it doesn't look like he's in some kind of facility, or he's, you know, it should be dust. It should be explosion because he's on top of this electrical conduit and stuff. gray was I using yesterday? Ash gray? I think it was ash gray. Why did I paint the face from gray? Who knows? Mm-hmm. See how it looks afterwards. I kind of screwed it up again. Like usually I can put the coat on it. By the time I'm done, I can usually just immediately put the wash on it, but that has not been the case this evening. Alright. Wolverine done. Last is Sabertooth. The question is, what color do I want to make the brown? The orange, I think that orange I used yesterday was fine for his orange. It's the brown. What color brown? So I was thinking the parasite brown, but that I think is just too light. So after parasite brown goes to my terracotta. Is that going to be too red? Only one way to find out. No fire lizard. Yeah, because I did the fire lizard on MODOK, and I like the way that came out, so I think that'll be fine for the sides. Also need to find a hair color for him. Yellow ochre, probably. Oh, pale yellow. Here it is. That's what we want. See how this comes out, because it may come out a little bit too light because of the it's an airbrush paint. Yeah, color I think works, but it's probably definitely going to need more than one coat. Oh, weird, they've got his scowl built into the mask. He's angry through his little headband thing. It's still a little bit wet. Let's do the rest first. I don't know what color his boots are. Where is that triangle in it? All right. I know I shook this before I started, but it seems very thin. Technically, it was before I started painting this started painting Sabertooth, not before I started painting this specific color. I was probably completely off the screen for most of that. Well, the problem is that needs to dry. Same thing, it's like drying super slow. Guess we'll do the next color then. I need a pale bone white for this fluffy part. Here we go. Holy cow. See how this works, see if it helps cut down on that red. Trying to put white over top of that's not going to be fun. And again, and I don't know if pale yellow is better than technically yellow for trying to color it. Got the mutton chops. Can't forget the mutton chops. All of this just because I need a little touch up for him by the time I'm done. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Alright, what do we got? I got a little bit of touch up on the yellow, and then we gotta do the. Let's go ahead and before I do the orange touch up, go ahead and do the off white because probably gonna need more than one coat. Maybe not. All right. I want to get maximum coverage, but at the same time, that's kind of setting me up for hitting stuff I don't want to hit. Let's get the last little bits in there, so I'm not gonna mess with big old brush. That wouldn't be smart. If I've learned anything from all this stuff I've been painting, I don't necessarily do what's smart. All right. Get the orange. It's a touch up, but it's more of a second coat than a touch up. Fortunately, I had pulled some red over. I did Wolverine's Fire. That red has made its way into my orange. He got stripes on his legs, but the stripes aren't the same color as everything else. The stripes are black. Very weird. Let's just go ahead and start off with the other glasses. Nope. This is not going smooth at all. Like, not even close to going smooth. Looks horrible. I have to paint over an orange again. Yeah, it's annoying. This is just not working. It's like the orange just is too thin, so it's not covering the black. Even if it was, I can't get it to go exactly like I want it. Worst part is it's the outside like leg, the one that you can mainly see. Not wanting to cooperate. Hopefully that's just because I'm zooming in. Because I don't think I'm gonna need to mess with that anymore. That is one of the disadvantages of the magnifying glasses, is you kind of see imperfections that, yeah, see, like that looks fine now, but like you see like greater imperfections because you're zoomed in on it. All right, so I need wood, a wood color. Technically, since I'm going to put a wash over it, I can use that red. Do I really want to use that red brown? Yeah, I'm going to put a wash over it. Why not? Which I can take some left of the leather brown. Mix that in a little bit. I don't think that did anything. I'm kind of running the same problem now where this is not going to be dry anytime soon for me to be able to do the wash. Yeah, that's the problem. I gotta finish this base, and I can't finish the base. Because nothing's wanting to dry. guess I'm doing this base tonight. I'm not going to finish that off tonight. I'll just have to finish it tomorrow when it's dry. But, alright, so there we go. So this is what we got. This is what we did. The Sabertooth. We got Kitty Pryde. Kind of make her looking over. You make them look over to the right or the left, and then you don't got to worry as much about the the cross-eyedness. And we got Colossus. Wolverine. It looks a little shiny. Oh, that's a little piece of yellow on it. Why does that look shiny? There. A little more shiny. That's Wolverine. Yeah, his stripes are just a pain. And it's, I can still see it's like green because the yellow and the blue didn't cover completely. There's really not much I can do. And then Nova was my problem child last night. He's still being a problem child. Yeah. But I think he's closer to what I wanted, but it was just so much I had to do to get him to even close to this level. So he looks I don't know if he looks more or less blue in the camera. Oops. And yesterday we had any more? Lockheed. He was easy. Purple, a little orange. And then Modoc. Alright. Alright, there we go, guys. That is this painting session. If you want to come out and chat, keep me some company for these long painting sessions, of course, make sure you subscribe, hit the notification to know when I go painting. If you want to see where these minis are going to show up, of course, those videos are scheduled on the channel. You can go back and either watch them if you're watching this later, or you can notify me to be able to watch them. They are during lunchtime streams, so not everybody has lunchtime available to them. Understand that. You can always watch them, like I said, once they are uploaded to YouTube or rendered in YouTube, because they're uploaded when I stream. Either way, guys, it is getting late again. As always, until next time, peace.